Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Buyan.
And I'm Nick, and welcome to the 9th annual Startup Conference.
This year, we're excited to present you some great innovations of today and the amazing possibilities of tomorrow through some great talks and discussions.
We're very excited to present to you this event after these unprecedented couple of months. Our collaboration here with Launchy will allow us to host this event from their incredible office space right here in the heart of Sofia.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy the amazing discussions and interviews from top tier, best in the field professionals that we've gathered and invited here.
The format of today's conference is pretty interesting, so let's get into it.
We will have 16 speakers from 4 different countries.
On 11 different topics on 2 simultaneous panels.
There will be 4 presentations, 4 one-to-one interviews, 2 group discussions, and a fiery fireside chat.
And throughout all of this, you'll be able to choose between the 2 simultaneously occurring today and tomorrow panels. Feel free to hop between them whenever you like.
And don't forget to engage in all the fun of the Startup Conference by signing up for our virtual expo sessions, our live chat, and sign up for our challenges and giveaways on our social media.
With all that being said, let's take a glimpse into some of the possible ways entrepreneurship will look like tomorrow and find inspiration for some of the opportunities of today.
You'll be able to hear amazing and intriguing entrepreneurial stories from professionals like the innovation evangelist Philippe Boulanger, 3 times PR CEO Ellis Mitchell, and the co-founder of Apex GMAT, Mike Diamond.
The developments in the local startup ecosystem will also be on the spotlight, with Miroslav Miroslavov from Office R&D, Ivo Vasilev from ReLoyalty, Elena Nikolova from Escreo, and Dmitry Karavanov from Kanbanize.
Our group discussions will focus on combining leadership and entrepreneurship to guide the local business landscape, but also we'll focus on blockchain technologies to decentralize the future of business.
And of course, none of this would have been possible without our general sponsor, Sutherland. We would also like to thank all the other sponsors who made this event possible: Selectium, Meduvina, Balkan Iced Tea, RiceUp, Fitzpo, Buschetti Moretti, Jacobs, Chergo Wine, Nuri Balls, and Chocolat.
We would also like to thank Waltopia, Cupafi, Office One, Vingemissimo, Pufce, Innovation Explorer, Better Foods, Joshua, Residence City Garden Plovdiv, Red Bull, and our official media partners, Trending Topics SEE.
And now, without further ado, let's get started. In a couple of minutes, we'd like to welcome to here on the main stage Ekaterina Stambulieva.
And in our Sessions tab, you'll be able to listen to the insightful presentation of Nina Prodonova-Yotseva, followed by Philippe Boulanger.
Hi, we'd like to welcome to the main stage Ekaterina Stabulieva. She's a serial impact entrepreneur, a female space tech founder, and a startup mentor. She has extensive expertise in machine learning and satellite image analysis. She's also skilled in managing medium-sized teams, leading tech communities, and mentoring impact and tech entrepreneurs. She's driven to use her skill to create impact in the world, to contribute in tangible and measurable improvements to either the life of people or the environment. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, Nick. Thank you very much for the introduction. Guys, please call me Katya. This is what most people use usually.
Oh, great. So, Katya, I just learned that you're drinking some tea. What kind of tea are you drinking?
Oh, it's a green tea for me this morning. I'm 2 hours ahead of you, so it's still early morning for me on a Saturday. So I decided to have a bit of sips of green tea to wake up and be fresh for our conversation.
Oh, that's great. We
Yeah.
we have downed a few coffees, and now we're ready for you. So, can you start telling us about what got you into AI?
Yeah, of course. It was, for me, it all happened on my second year of university when I was studying in Sofia University for my bachelor's. I was studying computer science, but fortunately, this is something that I never got excited about. It's amazing to know it and have it as a knowledge, but computer science and software engineering, as they are, is not something that I wanted to pursue as a career in my life. And then Preslav Nakov, which is a very famous Bulgarian researcher in the field of natural language processing, came to our university for a semester to do a course in natural language processing, which is the part of AI that deals with text. So I took this course, and then, a whole new world opened in front of me, and I said, wow, okay, so this is interesting, and I think this is what I can do for a living. One thing led to another, then I went abroad to study natural language processing. I worked in the field for a couple of years. 3 to 4 years after I finished my master's, I was working mainly with machine translation, which is training algorithms to translate automatically from one language to another. Not something exactly like Google Translate, with the slight difference that we didn't have as much data as Google did. Unfortunately, at some point, I got tired of working only with text as data. And there were also a little bit of difficulties implementing natural language processing techniques into the industry, in which cases both the people who would pay for that and the people who would use it would be happy. So I decided to broaden up my skill set and go into general data science and AI instead of just specifying in one field. This is what I did for a couple of years as well. At that point, I decided to become a consultant and work on data science projects. And I worked mainly on data science projects which were doing something good. So either social projects or environmental projects. I did a couple of nice things with Amnesty International. We analyzed what's the amount of abuse that women, members of the parliament in 2017 in the UK receive. And it turned out that our findings discovered that just because the women decided to become politicians, they received a lot of sexual and racist abuse online. And then we also were doing analysis on what's happening in Nigeria in terms of oil spills, and whether there is an oil spill, the big companies manage to clean it on time so no environmental damage happens. Before that, I actually had a health tech startup which taught me a lot about health, a little bit about nutrition, and a lot about processing of images. This startup failed, and now I'm on my second one, which is an environmental startup. And what we're doing is we are helping mitigate wildfires so that they don't turn so big as the disaster that we have in California this summer and what happened last winter in Australia. So this is the very brief history of my story around AI.
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah, that's great. Actually, you partially answered the next question, which was, can you briefly explain the solution that Nina Space offers? I mean, can you go just into a little bit more detail and tell us about these wildfires and how exactly you're using AI to prevent them?
Yeah, of course. So when we start working with any kind of data, which is solving a social and environmental project, so when we're working in the impact space, first we also need to understand what's the problem, what's causing the problem, and how we can solve it. And in this case, we actually pivoted our solution. So at the beginning, in 2017, there were really big wildfires in Portugal, where we were at the moment, and we decided, hey, we need to do something about this. And because of that, at that time, I had ties with Amnesty International, and I knew that they're working on a project on analyzing satellite images so that they can quantify the amount of genocide, not genocide, but massacres. I don't remember the English word for that. When the parts of the population are systematically, um,
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it in a nice way. So what they were doing is they were comparing images of villages before and after to see whether the villages were burned, and if the villages were burned, they would assume that no one of the inhabitants was alive anymore. So this is a very nice use case. A very good example of using satellite image to do something good and to quantify what's happening around the world. You can also quantify what are what is the amount of the number of people who are being displaced by a natural disaster or by a war. And at that point, I was thinking, hey, maybe we can combine this way of analyzing satellite images to the environmental problem, which is wildfires, instead of solving social problems like displacement and population extermination. So we started doing this, and we concentrated on wildfire combat at the beginning. So this is everything that happens after the fire has started. Usually a wildfire starts and people ring up civil protection and they say, hey, there is a fire over there. Please come handle it. And then the firefighters are coming with trucks, and hopefully they can extinguish it before it turns into a disaster, which means before it reaches the tops of the crowns of the trees, as long as the trees at the tops of the trees are on fire. This is considered an uncontrollable fire. And what we do as human beings is we try to evacuate as many people as possible and as many animals as possible. However, working on wildfire combat doesn't really solve a problem, doesn't prevent anything from burning. It does save lives, but it's treating the symptoms of the problem. It's not treating the core of it. So we needed to learn a lot about wildfires, forest management, and civil protection techniques to understand that we actually need to tackle wildfire mitigation and not wildfire combat. So what is wildfire mitigation? These are all the actions that we do as human beings and as a society and as an organized group of people before the fires have started. This is what's called wildfire mitigation. And one of the best ways that we can mitigate wildfires currently in the territories which are very high risk of wildfires, like Southern Europe, the Americas, and Australia, is to prepare the natural world in a way that fits certain regulations. What do I mean by this? If I have a property in the countryside, and if this property is located in one of these very dangerous geographies, what I do is I create something called a defensible space around it, which is a vegetation-free bubble. You can imagine it like this. It is a way of cutting vegetation near the property, so when there is a fire and the fire jumps in, or rather approaches the property, which is this one, my fist, the fire cannot reach the property because there is a defensible space here. So the fire is stopped by this defensible space. Of course, these defensible spaces do not stop fires all the time. For example, if we have very strong winds, the wind could blow the fire so that it can still burn the property. And by property, think about either a warehouse or a commercial forest, or it can be your grandmother's house as well. I do have my grandmother's houses in the countryside. So as soon as we realized, okay, cool, so we need to work on wildfire mitigation, not on combat, and we need to work on understanding which properties are protected, so we know where we can concentrate our efforts, we discovered that we can monitor this from space. We can monitor, we can create images, satellite images. Actually, I think I can even show you this. We can create satellite images that show us only the vegetation. So imagine that you put a special type of sunglasses that cancel everything out and show you only vegetation. So in this case, in the background of me, you're going to see only these beautiful plants here, and well, everything else is going to be black, but it's not going to be really intelligible. So what we do is we create this type of satellite images that see only vegetation, and this is something that we cannot do with our human eyes because we need to be able to see the near-infrared radiation, which unfortunately we do not, but satellites can, and as soon as we can create a picture of what's happening in the vegetation around the world, we can see, hey, what is the difference? How does this vegetation change over time? And what are we aiming at? What are we concentrating currently at is detecting where the vegetation has been cut in the specific way that fits defensible space regulations, so we can say, hey, yes, in February this year, no defensible spaces were being created. In April, we detect that these properties in the countryside have been protected against wildfires, and then this is also what happens now in August. Let's imagine that now it's August, so we can have this temporal image of how the vegetation changed and how the vegetation changed in accordance with the wildfire preventive measures that need to be implemented in these specific countries. And the good thing about defensible spaces is they are something that is like the standard across geographies. So it's not that only in Spain defensible spaces are being built and California doesn't know what this concept is. This happens everywhere. And if you want, I can show you how vegetation looks like on some satellite images which I have printed over there. Should I do that?
That'd be great, yes.
Yeah, let me just grab them. Okay, I'm just reaching out here. Okay. Cool. So, for example, you don't see it in an amazing way, but these are the same three photos. Oops, one, two. Oh, it's difficult for me to show you in a mirrored way. So these are three photos from August 2018, and these are the same three photos but with different lenses. And what happens here is I hope that you can see these blacked out things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually a fire, or the burnt area of a fire. So here at the beginning we have nothing, and then we can see how the fire progressed and grew, and then here this is the end result of the territory that was burned. But what's important is this image at the top. Everything what we see here is vegetation, so everything which is in green, and these parts which are in red here to the side, here to the side, for example, this is the ocean.
Yeah.
So this is how we would see an image, but based only on vegetation. So it's not something that our human eyes are used to seeing, but it is something that we can read programmatically, and we can analyze and draw insights from there. And I hope that you managed to see how the progression of the fire.
Yes, it's scaled up.
Yeah, how the area burned. Yes, and this is from August 2018.
That's really amazing.
Yeah, it's really interesting and new to see. It's great that professionals like you get access to such data, because data is one of the most valuable commodities, especially in AI, and it's very hard to come by. And if it's in the good hands, it's all the more valuable. And that's why we're glad. And it's good that you're using it to protect nature, and we know that you're a nature lover, but when was that aha moment that made you think, you know what, I'm going to get in to use AI to fuel my passion for nature and protect that?
So I have always been a gentle soul, so I would be happy when people around me are happy. And then as I progressed in my professional career, my circle of friends grew. So now I have friends all over the world. So for me, it's not important only to protect Bulgaria or Europe. It's important to protect everyone that I know. And they just happen to be spread around the world. And what happens is I am a person who has the skills to be a data scientist or an AI engineer, which is one of the most profitable professions in IT at the moment. So having said that, what I discovered is that whenever I work for a company and I make a lot of money, making a lot of money by itself doesn't make me happy. When we would work as data scientists, we would work on data that is helping the companies sell more products or get insights from their users so that they can sell these insights as data, which means that at the end of the day, my efforts would make my bosses or the shareholders of the company wealthier, but that would be the end of the impact of my work, which again was not something that was making me happy. And now there is this whole movement of people, even for people from data science, moving into impact jobs as well, because it's not important for us only to use amazing technology, which is something that makes me happy, but it's also important to see, hey, how does this technology affect the lives of the people around me or the environment around me? Does the output of my work pollute the world, or does it actually help us capture CO2 or pull plastics out of the ocean and things like this? Also, I had a really bad experience the last time I was employed, and after that I busted my knee playing basketball, which is something I love, so I needed to be bedridden or sofa-ridden for 3 months, and this gave me a lot of time to think. My aha moment was at that time when I could only read and watch TV for 8 hours or 10 hours a day because it was just uncomfortable and painful for me to move, which gives a lot of time for my brain to process things. And then I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to move into the impact space and I'm going to use my skills to do something good. And if I fail, hey, at least I've tried. If I succeed, wow, this is going to be amazing. This was in 2015 when there were a lot of startups and a lot of businesses working in the impact space, but they were not very tech savvy. So now we do have tech for good, we do have data science for good. Before it was a little bit difficult, so I also moved from a high-paying field to a field of the job market or of the market which was not so good in terms of salaries for people who were working there, but we started this field and now we're growing it. And now you can be a data scientist who is making good money and having an impact.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And speaking of the time before Nina Space, you developed another AI in the social impact health sphere. Can you share what that experience taught you?
This was the first time I was an entrepreneur, and I was very naive, but the thing is, I believe that we are all naive the first time we start doing something. So that's totally fine. Just do it anyway and learn from your mistakes because you're going to make mistakes for sure. So what I wanted to do is, this was actually again in 2015 when I couldn't walk. I discovered that I needed to change my diet because I had too much energy. So I kept on eating the same things, but I stopped being able to move. So I had too much energy, and having too much energy and not being able to walk, it's not a good place to be inside of your body. So I needed to change the way I was eating, which led me to learn about nutrition. Which also led me to reading a lot about how the what we eat affects our health. Unfortunately, if it affects our health 10 years from now, or 20 or 30 years from now. And I discovered that based on what we would eat, or the bad things that we would eat, we might develop non-communicable diseases, which are diseases that we cannot exchange between us by touching each other. So COVID is totally a communicable disease and not communicable disease. But if we develop these illnesses, so these diseases, they stick with us for life. So if I were to develop one of those, for example, a diabetes or a heart condition, this would be with me until the end of my life, which means that I would need to take medication until the end of my life. And I thought this is very bad. It's inconvenient for us. It's also bad for our health because we are going to be sick. We would need to be taking medication, which are some kind of chemicals entering our bodies all the time, and we would not be able to live full lives. So let me see if I can help prevent that, or help people understand what is ahead of them so that they can make their choices. And in this case, what we wanted to do is we started with the small part of this big problem, which is, hey, let's first understand what's in the food we eat. How can we understand that? You know, when you go to the supermarket, you have a nutrition table at the back of every box or every packet. And this nutrition table tells you per 100 grams of this product, or per portion, this is what this product has. So in terms of in terms of fats, in terms of salt, in terms of sugar, and in terms of all other different nutrients that might be in that food. What we do not know as human beings, though, is how these grams that are given at the nutrition table at the back of the box relate to what I should eat every day. I don't know how many grams of sugar I need to eat per day. I don't know how much saturated fat and unsaturated fat I need to consume as a human being. And especially, I'm a woman, you guys are men, so you need to eat a little bit more than me. But what is a little bit more? And I wanted to give the information to people, hey, if you don't need to remember that, you can just open an app and see it. And you can see by scanning the boxes of the labels of everything that you eat, how what you eat, what you already ate, relates to the proportion of nutrients that you're supposed to be taking per day or per week. So you can see, hey, I'm taking way too much salt versus I'm not eating that much fat, for example. I need to eat some fat. And then the app will tell you, hey, by the way, you're lacking a little bit of iron today or this week. How about you ate that beetroot? Or you're lacking fiber. Have this apple for your coffee break. It is good for you. It is sweet, so it's going to give you a little bit of dopamine, and also it's going to give you the fiber that you need for your gut to be happy. So this is what we wanted to do. And then one of the things that we discovered is when you want to scan a nutrition label, you need to take a photo of it, which is totally okay. And then we need to use AI to read that photo. The problem is that we do have a transparent plastic wrapping on top of some foods. And whenever we take a photo in the supermarket, the reflection of the lights which are above us make some parts of the nutrition label invisible. So you would need to go about taking the photo from an angle, and this would make the user experience very inconvenient. But if you just took the photo, if there is a reflection of the label, we would not be able to read the nutrition information. So this was one of the problems, which was, okay, cool, we have the AI that works. We do have some people willing to scan, but then we have this plastic wrapping that is completely ruining our photos. So I'll stop here and see what other questions you have. You can continue asking me about this or about something else. It's totally up to you.
It's interesting how in the development of such useful tools, you run into the strangest, most unpredictable problems. And it's also very Very great that we can use technology and AI specifically to benefit and impact social and the health sphere. And so, do you think that AI can be a universal solution to such health and social problems?
No, I think um, I think we need to use technology only in the case that technology would be useful for that particular case. So in this case, I do know AI, and I have started two AI startups, but I have started them because I was convinced that AI could help in this specific case. And currently, AI is still a hype, which means that if you're starting a startup and you're looking for investment, a lot of investors would be happy to hear that you do AI, so they would be more willing to give you money. But please do not start an AI company just for the sake of having AI in it. Really approach the problem from first the human understanding of the problem. As I've told you, for both the social and the environmental startup that I had, we needed to really understand what's happening and what is the core of the problem, apart from what are the symptoms that we might treat here and there. And then really judge, hey, can AI help me to solve this? If not, can AI help me solve parts of this problem? If not, do not use AI. Sometimes we do not even need to use tech. We just need to find a solution that can be completely offline. And this is more about speaking about social projects that can make an impact, make a huge impact, and still be simple non-tech solutions. We do not need to add tech to that because developing a technology, either it being AI or not, it's still time consuming and it's costly. And there is no need for us to throw money at something just so that we would be able to receive investment.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, having the technical knowledge is a really core part of AI, but also, like, you need to be constantly improving your knowledge, right? And I was wondering, how do you go about expanding your expertise with AI and the wildlife simultaneously? Or how does one go about it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I must tell you, I do not know everything, but I'm also the person who is more in charge of business nowadays than coding. So in this case, I trust my tech colleagues that they would research what are the best solutions, what are the best libraries that we need to do, what's changed, and which means sometimes that we need to read academic articles and see, hey, in this conference about satellite image analysis, there was this breakthrough that we think that can be useful for us. But of course, even us as a company, we do not know every single piece of technology that we could use for that can help us with analyzing satellite images or with doing AI in general. To me personally, sometimes I also learn from others. For example, the whole of last week, I was teaching data science as a side project. So I kind of like teaching people, so I keep on doing it. And for me to be able to run this course properly, I wanted to show some data science techniques and visualization techniques. And I was Googling very quickly, hey, how did I do that a couple of years ago? And I discovered, hey, there is a new technology here, and there is a new library there. Ooh, let's see what it does.
Excuse me, we're having a bit of technical difficulty. And we're back.
Of uh,
Do you wanna? We can go to the next one if you, unless you
Yeah, we
remember where
can
you.
go to the next one
Yeah,
if you want, because I forgot what I was talking about.
that's
okay.
absolutely fine. So the thing is, you have started a few tech companies and startups and projects, and that's all great that you can find passion and um, uh, technical skills within you. But obviously, projects do not depend entirely on one person, and so it's key to motivate and find the right partners and colleagues and people to pursue these projects with. So my question is, where and how do you meet and find these people, and how do you keep them motivated?
Yeah, wow. Oh, this is such a difficult question. um, so, in terms of partners and co founders, I am a solo female founder at the moment. I did have two co founders, but we had really big disagreements on how we use the money from our company. So now I'm continuing alone. So I still don't know what's the answer of how do you find the correct co founders for or partners for your business. I was quite afraid when I became a solo founder on what would happen with the company because it's difficult regardless of whether I'm a female or male solo founder. I have heard that it's more difficult to be perceived as a company that can be successful just because the risk is higher. However, this should not discourage anyone. You can still do it alone. It's a little bit more difficult. It is more difficult when you're speaking to investors. It is more. It's not that difficult when you're speaking to clients because clients never ask you how many co-founders do you have. You do have more responsibility and you need to be aware of what your responsibility you bear, and this is very important. So it's very important to know the law within the country that you operate, and you need to make sure that you're not doing anything illegal, which is not something that all founders are aware from the very beginning. So please make that as a mental note. And then in terms of employees, I have been quite lucky, I think, because I had already built a very big network of data scientists around me. So whenever we're hiring, I post on for example, my personal LinkedIn page, and I post in this data science group that I'm part of, which has more than 1,500 people, and so this is already quite a good reach for trying to hire for one position. It's now it's also easier for me to find tech talent because there are a lot of tech communities around the world. Usually they all gather us together in one endpoint, which is most likely a Slack channel. And these Slack channels always have job posting channels, and there it's very easy to post a job and say, hey, we're looking for people like this, but please bear in mind that we are interested in people who care about the impact of their work. We did have applicants who haven't done anything in the impact space, but they were very interested in discovering that they can actually both work and receive money so they can support themselves and have an impact to the society or the environment with their everyday work. So we kind of transferred some people from normal job seekers to impact job seekers. And then we also can reach to people who are already in the impact space and tell them, hey, if you are feeling up to a new challenge or you want to work on this specific problem, please continue talking to us. So in terms of employees, I think it's easier. In terms of co-founders, I don't know. What I've heard is that it's as difficult as finding a spouse. And this is not something that's, I don't think I can answer this question in one or two sentences.
Well, and on the topic of starting businesses, finding co-founders, one of the biggest challenges of social entrepreneurship is to leverage impact with profit and gaining clients. And how do you
Yeah.
turn an idea with a good cause into a profitable and marketable business solution?
In my case, it was just a pure, the refusal to give up. When I actually had a conversation about this with my mom this summer, our parents can always make us feel a little bit embarrassed from time to time. And she told me, I was telling her, we need to be completely profit driven, so we never lose our impact of sight. And we change our business model according to a business model which can make us impactful and keep our impact model on track as well. But we really need to be a profitable business so that we can be a sustainable business so we can continue making impact. Otherwise, we are idealists or activists, which is amazing. It's just not for, we want to operate as a business. And then she told me, let me stop you right here. And I said, what did I say? I think what I said is correct. And she said, yeah, think about what you were saying 2 years ago. And 2 years ago is when we were starting, and I was really I was wearing my activist or idealistic hat. And she in a nice way reminded me that when we were starting this company, we wanted to do impact first, and we did refuse following the path of a couple of business models that could have made us more profitable at this stage, just because we wanted to never lose sight of impact. And in that point, we were really concentrated impact, and we kind of had forgotten about profit, or we had pushed profit a little bit back on the priority list. But I think that this is something that social entrepreneurs learn. We always start with the big idea of this is the change we want to make. We do need to take some time to understand the problem and understand what we need to do. And I think that this is our idealistic part of starting a business. And then when we do it for the first time, of course, when we do it for the second time, it's much easier. We know what we need to do. And then we, as soon as we have found, okay, this is how we can make impact, this is the technology or product or service that we're going to develop, let's figure out how we make it profitable. And at this stage of the life of the company, we are at, let's make it profitable. So for example, when I pitch to investors, I pitch as if it were a for-profit business, and then I include 1 or 2 slides for impact. But this can be part of the presentation or can be omitted. Since we're an impact startup, it never gets omitted, but the whole way of us presenting is, we're a business, we make money, this is it, and also this is our impact.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That all sounds amazing and very impressive. And because we are a bit short on time, we have about 5 minutes left, I think we should ask you one of the more important questions on here, which is, as such an impressive and successful woman in business and in tech, what advice would you give to other young female entrepreneurs that would like to reach such a level?
Oh, good question. Thank you very much. So my advice is, don't give up. You would have yourself kind of, our subconscious or sometimes our conscious thoughts are our bullies saying, I'm not good enough, I cannot do it, what did I do, why did I even start this? But that's okay, everyone feels like this, and regardless whether you're a business owner or a employee, you would have these thoughts in your head anyway. You would have other people telling you, you cannot do this, you're a woman, or you cannot do this because you don't have the knowledge to do that. And you can say, yeah, I don't have the knowledge yet. In 2 months, I'll know everything that I need to know about the problem, and then I'll solve it. So please, if you want to do something, don't give up. I'm an entrepreneur because this is the only thing that really makes me excited and happy. It energizes me, even though it is hard work. If entrepreneurship is not something that you feel happy with after you've tried it, change your profession, do something different. If this is something that you would like to try, try it. Maybe not now, but find in your own time or in your own timeline where is a good moment for you to do it, and you will be afraid. So when you're afraid, it's good to find other people who are just about to start or people who have started to speak about this, to speak about your feelings and what you're thinking of doing and what you have done already. And I found that sharing with people helps you a lot, and you feel that you're not alone, and you feel like, maybe it's not an impossible task if that person has done it, and if this other person has done it.
Mhm. Well, do you have something else to add?
Well, I guess just to close up really quick, do you come to Bulgaria often, and what do you think about the developments in the local startup ecosystem?
Yeah, I do come. I usually spend around a month or 2 months in Bulgaria every year. I was there this summer, not currently there. Otherwise, I would have loved. No, maybe we would not meet in Sofia in person. It's pandemic times. I like how the startup scene is developing, and I like seeing a lot of people moving from normal jobs to startup jobs as well. I do. So I live entrepreneurship. So for me, it's a happy news to see that we are growing as a startup community in Bulgaria. And I also like seeing that we do have some impact startups as well. So we might be a small country, but we do not necessarily limit ourselves to just saying, hey, we're a small country, nothing is going to happen here. No, we are a small country, and this and this and that other thing are happening. So I'm quite happy about this. I have seen a lot of improvements over the last 5 years since this is when I really started concentrating on entrepreneurship, and I cannot wait to see what's coming next as well.
Well, thank you very much for this inspirational talk. There's so much more that we would love to ask you, but maybe on another occasion, because you're such an interesting professional. Uh, so again, thank you for inspiring us and our audience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the invitation. This is actually a very special day for me because it's the first time I'm speaking at a conference that is organized in Bulgaria.
We're
Yeah.
excited to have you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool guys. So have a great conference. I'm going to say bye so that I can give the microphone to the next speaker that you have prepared. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. And yeah, keep on inspiring the people in Bulgaria who want to start businesses.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Welcome back. We have here with us Miroslav Miroslavov. He's an experienced product manager, entrepreneur, and blogger. He's the co-founder and CEO of one of the most innovative startups in Bulgaria, Office R&D. He's a software engineer by vocation with a great entrepreneurial mindset and invaluable business experience. Miro's vision is to make flexible working the way of working. Welcome.
Thank you.
So you would like to be called Miro, right?
Yes.
Great. So how was your morning, Miro?
Oh, it was great. Actually, I played tennis for 2 hours, so I feel very energized.
That's great. So are you a person that wakes up early or are you a night owl?
I'm definitely an early bird.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Great.
I
Well,
wake
early
up and,
morning tennis.
yes, I prefer to wake up at 6 a.m. and get it going, and usually go to bed as well very early on. So
Mm. That's great. And again, welcome. So we can start by, you telling us more about yourself and about your business. And more specifically, considering that you graduated with a computer science degree, how did you get into entrepreneurship?
yeah, well, good. So I'll start from the beginning. I'm an ex Sofia University graduate, so I studied computer science. Then I had a few jobs in programming and ended up in Telerik, which was amazing experience overall. So the whole culture of Telerik was incredible in this respect to really stimulate entrepreneurship. So the founders there and the whole culture was to grow fast, grow as a company, but also grow as individuals. So professionally and also as entrepreneurs, either internally or at some point, of course, externally outside of the company. So 2015, just a little bit after the exit, when Telerix was acquired by Progress, me and my co-founder, who is also called Miro, we decided to leave Telerik and start Office R&D with the idea to solve a back then very weird problem. It was about how to manage a dynamic agile workspace. We were thinking about the use case of Telerik, super fast growing company. How do we actually organize ourselves inside of the office so that we are all very productive and we are all very we feel good about the office, and also the office as a real estate is properly utilized. So with that idea, we hit the ground running. We started fundraising, ended up in London, where we went through an accelerator program, which was very intense and also very good, I must say. There we defined the product. We dig into how we actually can make it a business. And kept going from there through several rounds of investment up until now, when we are a 65 people team across 3 offices in Sofia, Atlanta, US, and also London, where we actually started, and we keep growing right now. So back to your question about the transition. It was actually very difficult. I really feel like I'm an engineer. I love coding. I love actually building stuff. That's my thing. So it was extremely difficult for me to stop developing and producing stuff and actually just be a CEO of the company. That was at some point, even like when we were probably 15 people already, our CTO cut my privilege and my access to GitHub, so I wasn't able to work anymore on the code. So, for example, for months, I've been doing like during the week, I'm a CEO, and then over the weekend, I'm an engineer. So at some point that had to stop. So they cut my access rights, and that's how I ended up with no more coding. But yeah, it's very different. So being a CEO and entrepreneur overall is is different from being a contributor, where you can clearly see the thing that you produce, that you're building. You have to grow in order to to feel good about yourself, and about actually empowering other people to build, and you just have to, wait for that. So, yeah.
How was the idea for Office R&D born? What inspired you to go into digital co-working spaces?
Yeah, well, so again, the very, very first idea was to build workspace management, because both me and Miro, we were managers of engineering teams, and everything was changing so fast at Telerik. The office was constantly shifting, and it was not really a digital process. It was rather very kind of random thing. So, so we thought this can be solved with a software solution, and not just solved, but solved in a way that the result will be better for the people. So this idea then pivoted a little bit from the process of managing a corporate office to actually a co-working space. And this whole thing was because in London, we figured out that the co-working spaces are the real flexible workspaces in a way. They are built for dynamic companies, for fast changing businesses. And we thought this is our niche. We truly believed that this niche can actually grow big enough for us to be a meaningful size company. Although back then it was funny that our second investors, they were shocked that we decided to pick the specific niche of co-working spaces. They thought this is ridiculous because there were only about 1,000 spaces worldwide. So that's 2015. So this is 1,000 potential customers worldwide, and this is such a small, tiny thing that you can never actually build any business, not just a meaningful business. So they thought this is just so stupid in a way. But we just believe that the whole concept of co-working makes sense, and we decided to keep pushing in this direction. And the industry started to grow somewhere around 2016. Started to pick up and really, really grow worldwide, and even in Bulgaria, like there are probably about 30 already co-working spaces only in Sofia, and in metropolitan areas like London and New York, there are thousands, and that actually allowed us also to grow as a business with them.
Well, you certainly proved those original investors wrong.
Yes, they also opened the co-working space at some point. So
Jokes on them.
I'm not gonna mention names here.
You keep mentioning two things. First is your partner Miro,
Yeah.
and second is that accelerator program in London.
Yeah.
Would you be able to give us more detail on both?
Yeah, well, so Miro is actually my best friend from high school. So we were in high school together. We studied together in the university. We lived together. Then we were working together in different companies, including Telerik at the end, and then StartUP. So it was really a no surprise that we'll start a business. We've always thought this will happen eventually, one day or another. Although frankly, we had a really rough years, especially the first 3-4 years. It was real difficult, even at a point, to be super honest, that we were uncertain whether we are friends anymore or what's going on here, because just the startup life is difficult, and also, of course, really amazing. So don't get me wrong, it's it has zero regrets, but it really tests your persistence and also your relationship with people. So especially with the early co-founders, we were seriously tested. We survived, but yeah, I must say it was very difficult. Just the moment where you start to actually feel confident that we're on the right path and so forth. But at the same time, it was extremely positive that we were together, because in the most difficult situations, you have usually when one of us was down, the other one will be better, or at least figure out a way to find strengths somewhere and just pull the other out. So that was very helpful, and that's why I usually say that it's so much better to have a co-founder with you. It's exactly for these really difficult situations where one of the guys will be, or the gals will be just really struggling. So yeah, that's about Miro. He's doing fine now. He's very well, coding a lot of stuff. What was the second part?
Yes, and about that accelerator
The
program in
accelerator.
London.
Yeah. Well, so the accelerator for us was amazing experience because both of us, we studied computer science and we were engineers. So the whole business part wasn't very natural for us. It wasn't something that we fully understand, or actually at all. So the accelerator was really incredible in this respect, to give us the foundation for the most important business aspects of a startup. So how to find first customers, how to validate your product, how to pitch to investors, how to pitch to customers, how to pitch actually to advisors and mentors, to people that you want to get on board with your team. So the accelerator is probably the best and most entrepreneur-friendly way to learn and to start up, to get things off the ground. It's like a sports camp in a way. and actually this is also very important. So we were in London for 6 months away from our everyday life. So this is very important because it gives you 6 months of extreme focus on one thing only. While if you keep going with your life, it's usually you just cannot be that much dedicated. So yeah, I definitely recommend if you want to start. Accelerators are incredible.
And having been in London, how would you describe the difference in mindset between like the London entrepreneurs and the Bulgarian entrepreneurs, if there is one?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the first thing that you can actually see clearly is the pace of life and the pace of doing business. So in London, everything is speeding up extremely fast. Like even the people that walk around on the streets and go to the tube, it's just everything is fast. The business, the meetings, everything is happens like, and people are rushing to make things happen. And actually, when we came back to Bulgaria, and it was like late summer, and it was like you hit the brake on everything. It was stop. and then you realize, oh my god, nothing happens here. Like, it's so slow. Everything is just, it's just not happening. So that was the first impression. And then every time we go to London and then we move back to Sofia, it was like, why is everything so slow? I mean, can we just make it faster? And this is also applies really a lot for startups, for entrepreneurs, for business overall. Like people in London genuinely want to make things happen fast and also experiment with things, try things, move quickly. Does it work? Yes, no, on to the next one. which makes it very easy. It makes it very easy to start and to validate things, to get first customers, because they are open-minded. They are open to try different things. I think here we still have a very long way to overall as a business environment to reach anything similar to this to this environment. Of course, from a startup perspective, being in Sofia is incredible, or overall in Bulgaria, it's incredible because it gives you a very, very low burn rate. So everything's cheap here. You can survive forever, like, and that's good. But at the same time, the pace here, it's so slow. So I think overall this combination of being there, being here, being there, being here really helped us to find the balance and find the positives of being in Bulgaria and being low on expenses versus being agile and fast and spend quality time with also British entrepreneurs and UK-based startups. So yeah, I think this balance was good for us.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. And so there you are in this situation. You've started, you've been through this accelerator, and it's going, and then you need financing, right?
Yep.
That's what comes after. So how did you pursue that? Who was your first investor, and how did that go?
Yeah, no. So the investment is a very very difficult topic. So there's so many flavors. So for us, we never really did a proper fundraising, like being proactive and chasing investors and pitching and getting then eventually getting a new investor. For us, it was always the investors that we know gave us a term sheet. So after pile-ups, we've been already in conversation with LaunchHub and with also the Telerik founders. And because we knew each other for quite some time, it was very easy for them to write us a check. So that wasn't it's not very representative for the world. But that's why I usually say that it's the best way to get funding is to really get to know these investors one way or another and get them. So the investors genuinely need some social proof that you as a founder and you as a team can make things happen, and that usually comes from some sort of experience that you had and some experience that they can actually relate to. So that's why in the US, like ex-Stanford guys, ex-Googlers, ex-Facebookers, ex-whatever, this is just a way for the investors to validate and to vet that this team, if this guy spent 5 years at Google, he or she must know things that are actually good. We know that ex-Googlers, they are successful. Therefore, these guys, there is a good chance they'll be successful. Staying for Stanford. Obviously in Bulgaria it's different, but for us being out of Telerik, that helped us, of course. Also knowing the Telerik founders, that it was so easy for them to invest because they know what to expect from us. We've been working together for 5 years, so it was so easy for them. And same for LaunchHub, like they know that you're coming out of Telerik, therefore you must know some things. you probably learned something, you probably can build products and that kind of stuff. So this social validation is very important. It's extremely difficult for investors to invest in people that they have zero connection with or zero understanding of what these guys have been through. For example, for you, actually, the American university is incredible from this respect and gives you a very good validation. Frankly speaking, most of the Bulgarian companies have been started by ex American university guys, so that's a good start, honestly. The other part is Sofia University, but
And so at that inception point, you had to start getting clients. I mean, was initially your plan to target just people in Bulgaria or international clients or co-working spaces in Bulgaria?
well, we actually started with co-working space in London, so um, that was important to get customers that are more global in a way. So I did something relatively hacky and smart back then. So I just found the list of all the co-working spaces in London, and I started approaching them with a very cheesy way, saying that we are a startup, blah blah. We are looking for an office space, but at the same time we're building this platform for managing co-working spaces. Do you want to meet? And everyone was saying, yeah, of course. I mean, they want to sell me office, and I want to sell them software. So I've got like 100% replies and meetings. And out of these guys, we managed to get 10 or something as first users. Although free, some will pay, whatever. I mean, the question was to find people to actually use your product, and that was the beginning. And then when you have some traction, some validation of customers, it's so much easier to say to the next guys, actually this co-working space is already using us, so you should too. So that was then you get the snowball effect. But the first customers are usually the most difficult, and I usually recommend here a book called the Mom Test. This is the best book that you can ever get for early stage startups and validating products. So
Can you repeat the title again?
yeah, the title is the book is called the Mom Test, like a mother, the mother's test. It's a really strong book. Yeah.
Right.
And also the second book that is also really good is called The Disciplined Entrepreneurship. This is the book that actually Vasil Terziev, from one of the Telerik founders and ex-American University alumni, he gave it to me, and that was a game-changing, especially for more engineering kind of mindset. Disciplined entrepreneurship is the Bible. It gives you like, buy the book, this is how you do it, period. Don't think too much about it. Just do this. So that was good.
Well, we talked about this a little bit before we started with the stream here, but can you elaborate more on the business model of Office R&D and your sales funnel?
Yeah. Right. So our platform is a typical SaaS. So that means software as a service. So we give our software. It's a subscription model. So basically, the customers will sign up for either a yearly contract or month-to-month contract, and they will pay us by the size of their co-working space. So if you have, for example, 200 members, we'll typically charge, say, $300 per month. So it's a relatively simple model. Most SaaS businesses do it this way. Very, very traditional stuff. On the sales side, we are currently a 100% inbound. So inbound sales means that if you visualize the sales funnel, we start with the marketing on top. So we have a marketing team that is driving demand. So there is a demand generation team, which team main focus and the only actually focus is how do we drive more people to land on the officernd.com website and eventually hit the button sign up for a demo. So this is all they care about. How do you get these people to click the sign up for a demo button? Once you get someone to click on this and they fill a very short form, it's important to be short. You don't want to overdo it. The next stage usually is to actually get a salesperson to contact the people that signed up for a demo, make them a demo, and eventually close them. So this is called the inside sales team or inbound sales. And then we usually, after the salesperson close a deal, there is a customer success team at the bottom of the funnel that will take it on, and after they become a customer, and help with onboarding. So there is like an onboarding experience, blah blah blah. And the customer success team's own responsibility is to make these customers happy and successful. And yeah, that's very basic funnel. What we are now getting into is also the direct sales. So we are trying now to build a team that can actually proactively go out and hunt specific customers. This usually is very expensive, but can also bring very good results. And usually you do it in markets where you have huge potential customers. So for example, we will probably hire someone in the States who will go and hunt WeWorks and that kind of stuff. WeWork is the biggest co-working space. These usually are very expensive people. So if you're studying something about sales, that can be a very good career path. Usually there is huge commissions, and especially in the States, but also in Bulgaria, like this a very strong career path.
Well, shifting gears a little bit, I have a bit of a hypothetical question
Yes.
for you, kind of a thought experiment. Imagine you had the opportunity to found a new startup, and you have to choose between financing it yourself or participating in an accelerator and winning a good amount of investment. Which would you choose?
So from my perspective now, I'll probably not go through an accelerator because I don't think I'll need it, or it depends. But I will 100% go for an investment. I don't want to finance it myself. Usually, you as a founder, you invest a lot in a startup. You invest your time and your effort, and no one can give you back your time. So it's a massive commitment and a lot of sweat. So you don't want to invest also your money. So the money are out there. There are so many people with a lot of money that can actually give them to you, and they don't. It's not like they don't give a shit about their money, but it's not like you losing your own money. These professional investors, they've decided to take a risk on investing in ventures, so they are prepared that you're gonna fail. They know that you're gonna fail, so it's not like a big deal if you fail. So, but if you fail with your own money, then you took all the negatives. Like you spent 5 years of your time that can never go back, can never get it back, and at the same time you spend, for example, all of your money. So that's why would you do that? Also, the investors usually create a culture of the company from early days that decisions can actually be made in a broader broader circle. It's not you as a founder, the solo decision maker. That's very typical for, and many Bulgarian companies and not just Bulgarian companies end up in having the founders and the owners being 100% owner of the business and the only boss. It's like the boss. They take all the decisions, and usually that's not that's not sustainable. This is not how you build a big business. So the big business is built usually by many people that contribute to it and have certain ownership. So your investors usually are people on your side. They live with your idea, with your company, and they want you to be hyper successful because I mean, your shareholders together, they want you to succeed. So you have people that are really committed to your vision. So I 100% go for investors every single time. Of course, it's very important to choose your investors. So getting an investor is it's actually worse than actually getting married because when you get married, you can actually divorce. While with the investors, you cannot do anything to get them out of the business unless you fail the business. But there is no divorce there, so it's a difficult it's a difficult decision. So choose them wisely. Yeah.
So then what would you say goes into the mix of a successful startup? What's the recipe there?
Um, so I think it's persistence of the founders initially, and then the second thing is the hiring capacity of the founders. Whether the founders can actually hire people that are better than them. So the early stage of a startup, it's all about how persistent are the founders. So how much energy you can put into this until you kind of start to get tired. That's the first element. And then when you start growing, the only important thing is, can you hire people that are better than you? Can you hire better salespeople, better developers, and whatever you need? You just have to find the best possible people, and this is very difficult, especially nowadays. The competition for talent is incredible. So it's really difficult to attract. And there's so many exciting startups and so many different ideas, and everyone's trying to get the attention of potential people. So it's yeah.
Yeah, and on that topic, how do you go about building your team with the growth of a startup? How do you manage to identify who's the top talent to attract, those better people than you that you were mentioning?
Yeah. So usually, of course, the first probably 30, 40 people, they should come, or at least the first 10, 12, 20, they should come from your inner circle. Probably ex-colleagues or colleagues in the university or from a previous job. So people that you know and you've seen them working, you know how they or studying, you know how dedicated they can be to doing good job. And that's the first step of building a team. And this usually also gives this social validation. You know what to expect from people that studied in the American university. You know what you're getting from people that were part of the Teleri company. So you know what to expect. So usually your past can help you find the very first 10, 15 people. And this also set up the culture in a way that it's built around typically similar values. So you know what the values are, and so you build the team around those values. And then you hope that these first 15, 20 people will also be able to help with the hiring. So they should get from their social network and from their connections another few people, and then you grow the snowball. So usually the best way to preserve the culture of the company and the team is to get everyone involved in the hiring process and everyone really trying to find the right people. So this is that's the scalable model. And that's also how for example Telerik was growing so fast, and Office R&D as well today. So it's the people from the company that actually go and hire people. Yeah.
It's very important to work with somebody that you can bounce off of, and that you can learn from, someone that's better than you.
Yeah.
And so, can you recall, in your experience, in your great business experience, some of the best advice you've received, whether it is in engineering or in business or in any field?
The best advice, yes. Okay, so the best advice that actually I received was it's very much related to engineering. Is to, even though you might not feel like you're salesperson, if you want to be a founder and an entrepreneur, you have to sell. so, so we tried very early on to get to hire, and we hired actually a salesperson in London without having even a single customer, and that was such a misery, because you cannot expect someone that who has zero understanding of what you're trying to build to go out and sell something that you still don't actually have. So you're building the product as you speak. So the advice that I received again actually from Vasil Terziev was, you have to go and sell it yourself. Until you sell to like 100 customers, you cannot take a salesperson. It's your own responsibility. You sign up for a CEO, go and sell. That's no period. Like you have to sell, no matter what was your expectation of being a founder, whether you want to code or you want to do something else. You just have to find customers.
Mm-hmm.
So the founders should be able to sell. That's it.
Yeah, and taking consideration that founders have to take on so many different kinds of hats, how exactly do you envision to make the flexible working the way of working?
Oh, that's a really good question. So the way we are trying to really push flexible working forward is by automating and just making it very simple to run a flexible workspace. So actually running a co-working and a flexible workspace is very difficult. The model is difficult. There's so many management involved, and so it's so hard to actually provide a whole service. And many people can actually give up on actually running a co-working space because it's difficult. There is, and the reward is not comparable to the difficulty of running it. So us actually providing a complete automation and management platform, if we can simplify this tremendously, just making the whole management process extremely smooth and like 100% automated in a way, I think this can allow for so much better and higher quality service, and also making it easier for entering the market. Like if you know that you can run a co-working space without even thinking about running it, just because there is a platform that's powering everything, you get the whole Zoom, I don't know how it's English, and turn it. Actually, that was very close to actually convert the entire Zoom into a co-working space a while ago.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. And it's most of it is empty anyway. Yeah.
So since we're close to finishing the talk, I'll ask you one last question. And you sitting here is a proof of a successful Bulgarian startup. So would you recommend to someone to start a startup in Bulgaria? And what are your 3 tips, let's say, for someone that is keen on that?
Oh, I would definitely recommend to really go and start startups. It's incredible. It's really a life-changing experience. And Bulgaria is a really, really, really good place to start a startup. But keep in mind, you have to go out of Bulgaria very quick. Like, don't start here, but also be very open-minded that you will not build a good startup here only. You have to be out difficult now is like today. Don't travel. However, when you can travel, you must. So Bulgaria is the best way, the best place really to start because we're very well prepared to live with little and with a lot. So you can be very low in burn rate, so you can be cheap, and at the same time, we are very open-minded in a way that we have a good English usually, so that's important. Although the name thing can be difficult. um, However, it's being in Sofia, it's very connected to the world, at the same time very low cost. So this is an incredible place, in my opinion, to grow a startup, especially in a world that is super connected. So you can easily go to London, you can easily go to San Francisco, New York, or whatever you want to go, spend time there, get customers there, and get investors in Bulgaria as well. So there are so many investors now in Bulgaria. It's crazy. So there are every other week there is a new fund starting here. That's incredible. So take the money and try to build stuff. These guys want to give you the money. That's real. I mean, they need to give the money to someone, and there are not enough startups. That's real thing. Like they need founders. So just start.
Well, thank you very much for the inspiration. It was great talking to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for inviting me. It's incredibly good event. So yeah, good luck with everything and go start companies.
Thank you. Well, this is the end of our talk with Miroslav, and we'll be right back in half an hour with Ellis Mitchell.
Hi, and welcome back. Joining us right now, live from the US, is Elise Mitchell. She is a three-time CEO, an executive coach, and a leadership development strategist. She's the founder of one of the top 10 fastest-growing public relation firms globally. She's the author of a best-selling book on leadership and was named a top speaker by Huffington Post. She's a passionate advocate and an advisor to entrepreneurs and their startups. Elise, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Elise.
Thank you for having me. Hi, nice to see you all today.
Nice to see you too. So, what time is it in the States?
You really want to know? It's 5:30 in the morning.
Ah,
So we're
so
just getting started on our Saturday here.
coffee or tea, is it?
Coffee, oh, definitely. I have my mug here that says "fearless" on it, which is a good a good way to start a conversation on a startup, right?
Yes, nice, short and concise.
Mhm.
Well,
Well,
speaking of fearless,
yeah.
just a pretty direct starting question. How did you get your start? How did you get your career started?
Well, so I always knew I wanted to be in public relations. That was the industry that I built my company in. And I worked for a few advertising agencies when I first started my career. I worked in corporate life and then I started my own company. I was about 13 years into my career before I actually went out on my own to start a business. And it was a public relations and communications agency. And today I'm actually in a different industry. We could talk about that in a minute about planning a pivot and how you actually exit a company that you build. I actually sold my firm and then started a new business that I have today. But I loved public relations. I thought I was going to be I had this one simple dream when I got out of college, which was global domination in public relations. That was all very simple dream. But there were a lot of interesting twists and turns in that journey. Of course, I never achieved that exactly, but it was a really interesting ride, and entrepreneurship was a big part of the experience that I had.
Hmm.
So, you talk about a journey and a ride. Can you elaborate more on your amazing book, Leading Through the Turn?
Yes, so I wrote a book, as you mentioned, Leading Through the Turn. It's a leadership book, but it's also really a story of how I built my company. And the idea of leading through the turn comes from a favorite hobby of mine, which is motorcycling. And there was a concept I learned when I first learned to ride a motorcycle about 15 years ago. They teach you that the most dangerous place that you can be on the road when you're riding a motorcycle is in an intersection for obvious reasons, but the second most dangerous place is in a turn. And the reason is because in a turn, there's all kinds of things that could go wrong. There's rocks and oil slicks and all kinds of hazards, potholes, but also the trajectory of the turn itself is very difficult to judge unless you're very skilled. So what they tell you is, as you approach the turn, don't stare straight into the turn. That's actually called target fixation. They said if you do that, you'll ride straight into whatever the hazard is. Instead, you want to look through the turn, keep your eyes focused on where you want to end up. And the reason is because your bike follows your eyes. And I remember learning that. I thought that's such a great sort of a mantra for leadership. And for living too. And as you build a business, like how do you keep sort of one eye on the road in front of you and all the potential hazards that you have to face today? And how do you keep one eye looking down the road so you know where you want to end up? And so I used that a lot in how I was building my business to try to take care of business today, but to be visionary and to try to think about where the business needed to go and how we were going to get there. So the book was a way for me to share a lot of the stories of building a company, from the very, very beginning, all the ups, all the downs, lots of mistakes we made, and all the lessons that I learned. And so I was really happy to be able to write the book and share those lessons with other people who might want to learn how to be a great leader or how to build a company.
In the book, you mentioned that the journey is as much important as the destination. But what happens if you're faced with a change of destination mid-journey?
Yeah, so I was always what I call a destination leader, which is someone who is very focused on the goal, like always wanted to get there, wherever there was. And I was missing a lot of the journey and a lot of the experience. I didn't enjoy the ride as much as I should have. And so that was a huge insight for me is I needed to be more present in the moment and to be what I call a destination leader with a journey mindset, somebody who really enjoys the experience and takes in the ride and doesn't just focus only on the goal, but really tries to live in the present. And that's really tough when you're goal oriented or when you're always looking through the term. But to your point about that is while you think of life and leadership as a journey and building a business is certainly that way, you're going to have detours. And this is so frustrating because when you see there and you want to go there, and then the road takes you a different direction, you have to figure out what are you going to do? Because plan A a lot of times doesn't work out. Maybe even plan B doesn't either. So you got to have plan C, D, and E and be nimble enough and agile enough to shift and go wherever the detour is taking you and still find a way to win. I think that's really key in the startup world is a lot of times things just don't go like you want them to. So what are you going to do about that? And a lot of that is it's not really what happens to you in life that matters. It's what you do in response to what happens that matters the most. And a lot of that is mindset. It's you saying, okay, this has happened. I'm not happy about it. I didn't think I would find myself on this detour, whatever that might be. But what am I going to do now? And I've still got to find a way to win. And that really is one of the things that helps you be successful as an entrepreneur, as opposed to a lot of people who just sort of, at some point, they just give up. And you have to be tenacious and resilient to never quit in order to try to achieve your dreams.
It's interesting how you say that you always have to react and trying to win based on the situation. And it seems like you have won in being a three-time CEO of entrepreneurial and global corporate company, leadership strategist, an executive coach, and author and speaker, and that's just naming a few. So in terms of the metaphor with destination, that seems to be a whole lot of destination you have there.
Yeah.
So what drives you to do so many things?
Well, that's a really good question. So I like to learn. I like to grow. I want to be challenged. I'm not one of those people who just sort of says, okay, well, I accomplished this, so I'll just sort of sit back and retire or relax or just take it easy from here. I always feel like there's something more that I could do, or there's something better I could be at if I just worked a little bit harder. And I think that's what helps keep you alive and vibrant, and it keeps you growing in your career because the world just keeps changing. No matter, I remember at some point I would think to myself, well, gosh, isn't there some point you just sort of know it all and you could just stop? And of course, the answer is no, there isn't, because even though you think you might know it all today, the world will change tomorrow, as we've sort of seen this year. It's even in an accelerated case of change, and how much change can happen to you that's just the nature of things. And so you want to be a learner, constantly willing to grow, change, develop new skills. To me, that's a sign of someone who really enjoys what they do because they see opportunity to always get better. It's not like a bad thing, like, gosh, I need to be better. It's more like, oh, this is great. I can learn and I can grow. It's just, again, it's sort of the way you approach life that I think makes the difference there in having a learning leader's mindset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and speaking of impressive accomplishments, under your leadership, your PR agency grew more than 500% in 5 years. How did you manage to achieve that?
I get asked that a lot. Well, the funny thing was, this is why this is kind of interesting this year. Our first year of really big growth that began that 5-year period happened in the recession in 2008. And that's why I tell people 2020 could be the first year of a whole new trajectory of growth for your business. You don't know, because whenever there's sort of crisis like the people feel at the moment, there's also potential opportunity because things have changed. The rules have changed. The game has changed. There's new and different needs that clients have and customers have. And those folks who are being opportunistic to look to see what those needs are and develop new skills and new services, new products, they're the ones who really thrive in times like this. And that's what we did. We just looked around and thought, wow, the recession happened. The whole world has changed pretty quickly. And my first thought was, we are going to do so well in this time, because I thought all of our competitors were sort of these big agencies, because we worked with really big companies like Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Hilton, some of these really big consumer brands. And their other agencies were very, very large firms. And we were just a small to mid-sized firm. So we were far more agile. We were much quicker to change and make change, to sort of be the go-to agency. We could turn things around if we had to. We turn them around overnight. Not that you want to all the time, but in a moment of crisis, you have to be responsive to your clients. And you have to be able to change on a dime and see where things are going and shift that way very, very quickly. And if you're too hierarchical, or you're too structured, or too kind of stuck in your ways, you're not going to be able to do that, and you won't be as successful. So for us, being very agile, being very opportunistic in our thinking, we took a lot of risk. We launched a lot of new products and services in that time where we saw the market going. It really helped us. And I think we earned reputation with our clients as, wow, call them. They will get it done as quickly as you need it. And they've got new ideas and new ways of doing things that are going to help us in the future. And I think that really helped us to grow.
That all sounds great. And then, speaking about change, I think it's time to get back and flex some of these rider muscles. And so, how would you explain leadership, or what leadership rather means to you in one sentence?
In one sentence, what does leadership mean to be in one sentence? I think I would say it's not about you. It's not about you. And the reason I say that is because that didn't occur to me until well into my years as being a leader, because I was very interested in myself, my career, my company, my goals, what I wanted to achieve, my vision. That's very natural. I think that makes you a really good leader in a lot of ways. But at some point, you have to realize it isn't all about you. At some point, it's really about everybody else. When you have built something and accomplished something, it is, I think, crucial that you begin to turn that around and say, how do I help everybody else around me to succeed? How do I help them with their careers? How do I coach them and give them opportunity so that they can rise in their careers? How do I embrace their vision for what the company could be and sort of bring them into those important decisions? And that's really actually feels great as a leader when you make that shift, because then you focus much more on everybody else and helping them. And the burden of leadership comes off of your shoulders too, because then you have help. You have really smart people, if you've done a good job of recruiting great people. And I had fantastic people around me who were all really smart and very good at things that I was not. And when I realized they are there to help me lead and build a company so that it's really bigger and better than me, that was so freeing for me, because it was like, wow, this is like a group effort. And I feel better about that. I feel more confident because I have more bright minds at the table to help me think through difficult decisions, and I have more help. And we became a bigger, better agency when I was much more inclusive about leadership. So I think that's a key, is it isn't all about you. It's really about everybody else. And the key there is how do you get things done with and through other people and become what I would call a multiplying leader, somebody who multiplies their results because they're able to attract really great people and get a lot more done through other people than you could ever do on your own.
Mm-hmm. I would actually like to ask a follow-up question to that. How do you think leadership has changed during the COVID era, and what are the kind of skill sets a leader needs today?
Well, this year has taught us a lot, hasn't it, about what leadership needs to look like in a different way than the way things were getting done in the past. So I think, first off, we've learned a lot about resilience. You cannot be an easy quitter. You have to have the grit not to quit in this type of environment, because it wasn't a sprint. I mean, we all sort of thought, by April, May, early June, like maybe it's going to get better in the summer, and it didn't. Not really. I mean, there was some waves, but it's still here, and it's really more of a marathon, not a sprint. So you have to have resilience to last as long as something is happening to you in this particular situation, this crisis, these challenging economic times. You also have to be really good at looking through the turn, right? To be a future thinking leader, to look ahead, to see what are the changes that are happening, what's coming, what are the impacts of those changes going to be, and what do I need to do about it as a leader? What new products or services should we be developing? How do we shift the way that we price ourselves or how we do business with people that makes us a better business partner so people choose us over the competition? And then how do you be more agile than your competitor, just like we did back in 2008 when everybody else was sort of clunky and sitting around trying to figure out, like how to turn a battleship, if you think of it that way. They just took forever for them to make change. And we were quick. We were agile. We were able to just turn very quickly and develop new things and new ways of thinking and doing that made us more effective. So I think resilient, be a future thinking leader, look through the term, and to be agile.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from what we've heard up until now, it seems like you possess all these qualities. It's been a story of overwhelming success. But can you tell us about failure and what you've learned from that?
Yeah, well, I will tell you this. For many years, failure was my biggest fear. And I think this is really important for leaders to sort of come to terms with. Like, what are you afraid of? What is it that drives you? And not that that's a bad thing, because, I mean, everybody's afraid of something. And sometimes we use our fears to motivate us, right? Like, I never want to be poor again, or I never want to be a failure. I want to be respected, whatever that may be. That can drive you, and that can be a powerful motivator. But it also holds you back, keeps you from being as courageous as you want to be as a leader. So I was always afraid of public failure. I thought, what if my agency collapses? What if it falls apart? What if we lose all of our clients? What if we lose our talent? I would just stay awake at night, worry about all these things. And of course, those things didn't happen, but we had lots of things that did not go our way. And I remember sort of dealing with some of the more difficult failures and thinking to myself, you know what, like, I thought this was going to be the end of the world, and it wasn't really that bad. I mean, failure is not great, but it's not the end of the world. It's really the time that you learn and grow the most as a leader. And that's, I think, an important truth for us to remember as leaders, is that you grow most when you are challenged. Because when you've sort of hit bottom, something has gone wrong. That's when you are forced to stand back and figure out, well, what didn't work? What do I need to learn? What needs to change? What needs to be different from here so that I'm better? It always makes you wiser as a leader. Like, oh yeah, I remember when I tried that. It didn't work so well. And now I know a better way. And you can't learn that in school. You really just only learn that by doing. And I think that's really crucial as a leader. It also helps, I think, if you don't view failure as some sort of commentary on your intellect, how smart you are, or even your capabilities, because failure happens to everyone. So just sort of say that, failure happens to everyone. It's going to happen to me at some point in time. It's much more important to view failure as an iterative process, something where you try something, you see what works, you see what doesn't work. Learn from your mistakes. You try something new. Try a different strategy. And each time you try, you get better and better and better. And to me, once I sort of accepted that and thought about that, I was much more willing to try things because I thought, nobody gets it perfect out of the gate. Everybody has to learn at some point. So if I put something out there and I learn as I go, I'm going to get to the state of success much faster than if I sit back and I wait and I try to perfect everything and I worry about how people are going to judge me or whatever that might be. You got to set those fears aside. It's sort of that idea of the test and learn model. Be willing to test things and learn and improve, put them out there, test them again, learn, improve. It's a cycle, and there's much more courage that comes from that. And for me, it was being willing to realize that failure doesn't define me. It's just something that happens to you. And it's, again, much more important how you respond than what happens to you that matters.
Mm-hmm. And with so many projects behind you at this point, I would like to ask, do you experience burnouts often? And if possible, can you kind of give your point of view on the eternal question between balancing a constant drive for professional development as well as fulfilling your personal life?
Yeah, no, that's a really critical question, especially right now. I think a lot of people are feeling burnout because it's just such a difficult time. But back to what I said earlier about being a destination leader, always focused on the goal. Well, that's a strength. So I'm very driven, very results oriented as a leader. That's good because you can get a lot done when you're driven. But it can also be a problem. And that's when we rely too much on our strengths. We overuse our strengths to where they become a weakness. And so for me, I became so focused on results and so driven and so determined that my company was going to be successful that I really wasn't investing in other parts of my life. So being a mom, being a wife, my own personal health and well-being, my friendships, those things were really suffering because I was putting everything into my company. And so I tell people, as I mentioned to you a little bit earlier about motorcycling, motorcycling actually saved my life. And I know that sounds really funny. People are like, how could that be? I think motorcycling sounds dangerous, Well, for me, motorcycling saved my life because I was not doing anything to invest in my personal life. And at some point, I kind of was hitting a wall, professionally, and I was losing my temper, and I had very high expectations for people, and I was pounding my fist on the table a lot. And I think my people were sort of like, "What happened to her? Like, where did the old Elise go?" And my husband sat me down one night at the kitchen table, and he said, "Something's got to change. You're just so hard. We love you, but nobody really likes you right now." And I said, "Well, I know I need to change, but I don't know how," because business was going great. It was everything else that was suffering. And so he said to me, why don't we go on a vacation together? And so in a moment of insanity, I agreed to get on the back of his motorcycle and take a 10-day trip together. And I had never done that before. He'd always ridden motorcycles and such. And I thought, this is going to be so uncomfortable. I just don't think I'm going to enjoy this at all. Your hair's all messed up because you have a helmet on. I'm not going to even get to be in charge because I'm on the back of the bike, But I will tell you, I got on the back of his bike and I never looked back. I was hooked on motorcycling. I fell in love with it and came back, learned to ride my own bike. We ride together all the time. We take a lot of trips together around the world, right now still here in the US, but typically we try to go really beautiful places like Bulgaria to ride. And so motorcycling taught me one important thing was I rediscovered joy in the journey because I had lost that. All I cared about was getting to the destination. And so I tell people, you have to live a full life. You have to have joy. You have to experience the journey, as we talked about earlier. So find those things that you love, whatever that may be for you, a hobby. Maybe it was something you always said you wanted to learn how to do. Maybe you wanted to learn to paint, or you wanted to learn another language, or you love to travel, or whatever it is. You have to make time in your life for those personally enriching experiences, because that actually makes you a far better leader, because it opens your mind to creative thoughts, helps you think in new and different ways, helps you learn new skills. There's a lot of neuroscience behind why you should spend time in hobbies and personal interests and with friends and family, because it makes you a far better leader and it helps you from not experiencing burnout.
Yes. It's true that at some point you get addicted to crossing stuff off the list, and burnout comes very easily. Um, but now, because we're a bit short on time, and before we finish the interview, I'm going to ask you one last question. And what is your advice for students like me and Nick here who want to be entrepreneurs and want to be as successful?
Some advice. Well, I would say this. When I was in college, I wish there had been an entrepreneurship program of some kind, a startup group that you could be a part of. So you would have a chance to actually build a business while you were still in school. Now that's available today, and that's really great. So if you have access to that experience, you need to do it. If not, I would say if you dream of starting your own company someday, go work for an entrepreneur right now who is doing things right, and get that sort of front row seat, if you will, to watch entrepreneurship done the right way. Watch them build a compelling culture. Watch them make difficult business decisions. Watch how they hire talent and how they reward talent. Watch how they do marketing and sales and new business development. All those things are really critical components of a successful company. And it helps if you can see somebody else doing it and if you're a part of that team. And that's what actually happened to me. I worked for 2 other agencies before I started my own. I worked, actually 3. I worked for a public relations firm and 2 advertising agencies before I ever started my own company. And I was in corporate life too. But I always say that helped me so much because I would think back to the way they had done things right. And I would learn from that and say, oh, yeah, I remember how they made this decision, or what kind of culture and values that they created the company around. And I thought, how do I do that for my own company? So it really taught me by watching and experiencing other entrepreneurs who were doing things right. So that would be the advice that I would give to people today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to add? Anything you'd like to say to either, college students like us or the ones watching from the university, or just anyone out there who's interested in startups?
Yeah, enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. The ride of entrepreneurship was the greatest ride of my life. I loved it so much, and don't miss it. Make the journey matter. Be fully present and accept whatever experiences are happening to you. Learn from them, remember them, build on those experiences. Don't wish something away. Don't wish for the future. Just live in the present and try to make the very most of it while you can, because this will be gone. This time will be past before you know it. And you want to be able to take the experiences of each moment and help you become all the leader that you want to be. So be sure to enjoy the ride.
Well, thank you very much for the inspiration. And
so much.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
Me too.
It's great to talk with you all. Best of luck. And hope we get to see each other in person someday soon.
So do I.
So do we. Yes.
Right.
We will be right back with our next interviewee, Ivo Vasilev.
Welcome back. Our next guest is Ivo Vasiliev. He's a visionary leader who has the ability to identify and motivate dynamic teams to build innovative products. He's the founder and CEO of ReLoyalty, a mobile app that recognizes customers' loyalty based on their interactions and transactions with the places they visit every day. Previously, he's lived and worked in London, Sydney, Barcelona, and Buenos Aires, as well as 2 funds for risk capital, venture capital. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everybody.
So hello.
Yeah, just to say that I'm in a really nice landscape view because my computer couldn't work out, but I guess that's going to be fine.
So where are you right now?
I'm in a place close to Plovdiv called Peroštica, which is really beautiful. You can see. Yeah, so I'm here.
Well, it looks great.
All right, let's get down to the questions. So my first one is, when did you know that you wanted to be in entrepreneurship and want to have a business of your own?
That's a very interesting one because the thing is, I'm not too sure I wanted to be an entrepreneur. That word kind of has a lot of connotations nowadays. But according to the meaning of the word is somebody who, use assets and resources to make more of these resources. So it's a very capitalistic word. I was not too sure that I wanted to be a capitalist from early age, although I definitely say that I'm one. But it was more of a, identifying things that I wanted to see working, like products. And basically, I had imagination of the world that it could work in a different way. I fell in love with the internet when I was 21, more or less. And basically, I saw inefficiency for, back then it was like a portal for students to find better things to do in the city when they basically start their student life. I was 21 years old. And I failed, actually. I didn't manage to do that idea, but I kind of saw that this thing could actually work. And yeah, that's when it started. I was actually an international student in Argentina back then. And basically, I had these problems that I saw that every one of my co-students had. And I thought that like the internet and basically the technology could actually solve them. Although I felt it kind of really got me this bug to think of these ideas and try them out, basically. That was the way I started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. Just can I ask you to hold the camera a bit further away from your face?
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that we can see all
That's
of you. Great.
Cool.
And on to the next question is, we know you're in fintech, and that's a big buzzwords these days. So how would you explain fintech in plain English so that everyone would be able to understand?
Yeah, it's all those things that became buzzword at some point. Now they're like the usual thing, like the mobile phone or putting our files on the cloud and all these things. At some point were like really weird ideas. And I think fintech is just the next logical layer of all these internet and technology, basically evolutions. And what is fintech? Fintech is everything we do about our financial services, whether we pay somewhere, whether we take a loan, whether we basically do some savings, etc., do transfer internationally, all these kind of things that we are anyways doing for to live our lives. And right now technology can make a lot of these processes much more efficient. I mentioned transfers. Now we have a like really big European company called TransferWise, which is really like a delight to send international transfers. It's really simple, it's really easy, and it's really easy on the front, but on the back there are quite a few complex processes. And through these fintech solutions, fintech basically new technologies that can make process more efficient, like all the things that we do related to payments, transactions, like money overall, could be made really, really, really much faster, better. etc. So that's fintech. It's just the next evolution of the technology, which will play out in the way we deal with money and we deal with payments and transactions. So that's fintech. Like it's financial technology. So basically, technology that works on all our financially related activities.
Mhm.
I don't know if that makes sense, but that's it.
No, it does. So then, can you briefly explain what problem Reloyalty solves and what technology you use?
Yeah. So Reloyalty is one of those companies that actually now sits on fintech, which is developed because like if you think the first fintech company in my view is like probably PayPal. PayPal is now, I don't know, 250 billion company, and they started with a simple idea that you can send money on the internet, which was right now is like a trivial thing. Like everybody, does it every day, and it's something that we're used to it. But like back then, it wasn't, and so for the last whatever 15 20 years there are a lot of these financial technologies which were built and we sit on top of them. Like Reload is actually a loyalty company. What we are trying to solve as a problem is that we as consumers, we as humans do a lot of transactions in the city. Like we go to a restaurant, we go to a coffee shop, we go to a barber shop, or big supermarket, or I don't know, something like Music Bricolage, where we buy our, DIY tools, and these transactions right now are very static. Like me as a consumer go somewhere, and I pay the same price for the same product at the same place. Somebody else go there, they pay the same product, the same price, the same place, but we are not the same customers because we have different loyalty level. We basically go more often to that place. We basically recommend it to friends. A lot of these things, and right now, that is not part of the transaction. To make a personalization in who is the customer, are they different than the others, are they more loyal? So we want to put that as part of the transaction to measure loyalty and to give something back to the more loyal customers. The technologies we use right now is we actually integrated directly on the card payment. So basically, the card transaction becomes the measurement system. So whenever you pay with a card, your load is measured automatically. That's thanks to a new open banking standard in Europe called open banking, or PSD2. And on the other hand, we give much more granular information to businesses to understand better their customers, to know who is their more slow customers, how much value they bring, and be able to kind of value them accordingly and keep them as customers. So that's what we do, and that's what the problem we solve.
Well, that all sounds great, and it's it sounds like a successful business in Bulgaria. And because we
Actually,
don't
it's not
have...
in Bulgaria; it's only in the UK right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we are not in Bulgaria yet. We used to be, and we freeze the market because we now sit on this PSD2 technology, which is, I guess, is available in the whole Europe, but it's obviously developing in certain stages. And at some point, we'll open Bulgaria again. So
So
yeah,
you are
so
planning to
it's
come
huge.
over?
Yes, we want to really because it's our home market, and we want to use our product in our home market for sure.
That's great. Since we don't have much time, I'm going to ask you a final question, and it's going to be a broad one. What advice would you give to young entrepreneurs like ourselves here?
Hmm. What advice? Like first of all, it's like entrepreneurship shouldn't be something like a fashion, or like something you do because you think it's cool. It's because it's something that you will identify as a whatever problem, opportunity, or something like it to jump into it. So you need to really ask why you're doing it in the first place. If you do it because of vanity or all these kind of non right motivations, I would say it's wrong, and it's really tough, and you fail along the way. And if you don't have the right motivations, you definitely have a hard time doing it. That's one. So first of all, find your motivation and do it for the right motivations. And the right motivation is usually because you, as I said, identify the problem, saw some opportunity in the market, these kind of things. or you really want to kind of see something in the world that to exist that it doesn't at the moment. And the second thing is find the right people around you, because it's really not one-man show. You need to kind of find people who complement you, and do it as have a plan. Like know where you want to be in whatever, like 5 years, etc. Because otherwise, you just don't have a feedback of the market or life in general, of how well you're doing. Like, is the thing you started, progressing? Does it make you happy? Does it kind of move forward? Just have some benchmarks that you can identify and say, okay, I'm actually doing it properly, or I'm not, and be able to kind of be very honest with yourself of whether that thing goes or doesn't in the way you want it to go. That's probably my advice.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's all sounds like great and useful advice. But since we have a little bit more time, I would like to ask you, why would a future entrepreneur start a business in Bulgaria? Would you recommend that, and how?
Yeah. I'm a big believer in Bulgaria. I actually spent about 9 years of my life abroad, and I came back here particularly because I saw that Bulgaria can be like a very important innovation hub and technology hub. We actually have I'm pretty sure that we have a technology advantage to start a business here, which requires like a serious technology development. We have amazing talent related to programming and basically technology overall. Um, so definitely that we have as an advantage. Obviously, being a small market, we need to kind of think of how to, um, you know, expand our propositions abroad, you know, distribute our products abroad, which makes it a little bit different and difficult, because obviously that requires sales from a small country to whatever market you're targeting, whether that's United States, Western Europe, or I don't know, even Asia. So all these sales skills, marketing skills, etc., which is something we're still developing, still not that great at, but we do have a very good technology advantage. So we actually can have very sophisticated technology products here, which are globally competitive. And if we learn how to distribute them well and how to do sales and marketing properly, we can actually create like global players, global winners in whatever space we're tackling. So that's really I believe in Bulgaria a lot. The technology sector specifically, it's something that
Yeah.
will become very important part of the GDP and the whole kind of economy. That could be other businesses as well. Like, entrepreneurship is not only about technology, uh, but generally, like, try to find where you have like really good advantage, starting it from here, and use that advantage to your benefit, because it's a really competitive market. Like, the global market and all these technology space or whatever space is really, really competitive. So you need to find a very kind of strong advantage, strong thing that we are better at. And in Bulgaria, there are quite a
Yeah.
few of these things, and whoever starts, like, think that way. And Bulgaria is a beautiful place to start business right now. Other things are there, like, low capital, basically low taxes and these kind of things. But we do have a lot of our problems, of course. But generally, it's a good place to start.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you very much for the talk and for the inspiration.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No
Next,
worries.
yeah, next up, we're gonna have today meet tomorrow in our little fireside chat. So, Evil, thank you so much, and
No
everyone
problem.
else, stick around.
Yeah. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining us. And
Cheers.
next.
Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks. And we'll have our precious Nicole moderate after us, and she will be moderating the fireside chat with Dimitar Karaivanov and Elena Nikolova. Stay tuned.
everyone, and welcome to our final fireside discussion, where today we'll meet tomorrow. Right now in the studio, I have Elena Nikova, and online we have Dmitry Karaivanov. So, yeah, hello. So, Elena
Yes.
is one of the three co-founders and the CMO of Escrio, a startup which helps people be more productive and creative at the workplace. She is passionate about entrepreneurship and actively supports numerous projects and initiatives in the Bulgarian ecosystem. She is in the Forbes 30 Under 30 and has been a teen motivator mentor. Dimitar is the CEO and the co-founder of Kanbanize. He is also a lean thinker and a Kanban practitioner with a background in software development and process improvement. Dimitar is a keynote speaker and author of Lean Software Development with Kanban. So I would like to ask you guys to please share more information about what you do and your companies. Elena, you can start.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's very inspiring for me also to share some experience and learn new things, talking to younger than me, younger people than me. Yes, so Escreo means you create. It comes from Latin, and our idea is to help people be more creative and productive in the workplace. It might be at the office, or as we now see the new normal, you might work as well from home. So our idea is to provide products that help people be free to express their imagination and brainstorm on the walls around them. And yeah, that's it.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Dimitar, what about you?
Hey guys, thanks for the invite. It's nice to be here, where we can share experience with younger people who are in their 20s, I guess. It's good to be here. Kanbanize is a lean management platform. We do Kanban software, and we use this to optimize the processes of companies all over the globe. If you've heard about the Kanban method, we are, well, as humble as I am, we are the best Kanban software in the world right now. And I think moving in the future will be even better. So watch out for how we're Kanbanizing the world.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to start asking you guys some questions now, and I think we'll just start off with the lady here in the room. So how did you know that entrepreneurship is your passion? It's something that you wanted to do. How did you learn that?
Well, to be honest, I have never thought that entrepreneurship would be my career or something like that. I always take it step by step, so I always just do what I like, what I love, and it ends up here. I was in the US for an entrepreneurial training back in 2013. I came back, my partners invited me to start our business, and here I am right now. That's my story.
That's amazing. And Dimitar, what about yours?
I've always been a problem solver. My mother always tells me that when I was a young little boy, like 2 years old, I used to take the screwdriver and start unscrewing all the bolts and the screws I could find in the house, including radios and TVs, and I caused quite some damage to the to the family budget, you know, by dismantling the brand new player that you used to buy from the Coricom back in the days. I'm not sure if the audience will know what that is at all. But I guess I've been a problem solver and engineer since a kid, since I was a kid. And when I was presented the opportunity to solve a big problem, which is efficiency and productivity across the entire enterprise, productivity at scale, we call it, it was just a calling, and I had to follow it. We founded Kanbanize, and the rest is history.
That's wonderful. I think it's amazing when you know that your passion is just for you. I mean, from a young age, so that's incredible. And now moving on to 40 years, what did you think you were going to do right after you graduated university? Did you have any idea that you would be doing what you are right now?
I actually started working in my last years at university, so I didn't ask this question. But I loved working with people, and my only ambition was that I work something that gives me the opportunity to travel the world. So that was my goal, so to say.
That's wonderful. And Dimitar, did you know that you would be doing what you're doing right now?
Not really. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew that I wanted to be a manager of my own. I wanted to have the ultimate freedom, and throughout my reasonable life and career, that's what I've strived for. I'm always striving for the maximum level of freedom to decide what I can do, when I can do it, how I can do it. And I think it's quite a motivator, to be honest, because um, I'm this type of a guy that can't stand being told what to do. It's not a good trait. It's not a good character trait, but it's what it is. And when you acknowledge it, you start living with it. So I always knew that I'm gonna be running my own business. It was just a matter of time. But if I wasn't doing it, I guess I would be what I used to be before it. I was a manager in a software company. I guess I would have climbed a few steps on the ladder, but nothing exciting actually. I prefer my life now.
Yes, you actually beat me to the next question, which was going to be, I was going to ask, what would you be doing if you weren't doing what you're doing right now? So, I mean, what do you think you would be working as if you didn't found any?
Oh, well, I don't like this kind of questions. What if? Maybe I would be doing something as interesting as now. So, people like their choices. So we are. That's in our human nature. So whatever I have chosen along my way, I would be happy with this. But probably it would be, again, something connected with traveling and meeting new people, communication, marketing, as I love being around people.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And Dimitar, do you have any idea about anything else that you might have been doing other than what you mentioned before?
Yeah, I think I would have been a heavy metal band singer or a player. That used to be my hobby, and I had to stop doing that because it's having too much to do. But when I retire, or if for some reason I stop being what I'm doing now, we'll get into singing again. Heavy metal is my passion, so we might visit Blagoevgrad and then do some shows there.
I'll make sure to get the whole startup team at your concert. We'll be the first ones there. I promise
sure,
that. Yes. Okay. So now for the next question is your idea. How did you validate it? And then how were you able to financially support it in the long run?
Well, we started in 2014. We had one idea, and we just what we did, we built a terrible product. It was horrible. We first tried to import the paint from China, and then our chemist did some mistakes, so we had a terrible product. And we managed to find one customer that bought this product. So we validated it by saying that if we managed to sell a horrible product, then we believe that we would rock and we have an amazing product. So basically, we validated it with our first customer. We built an ugly website that was on 10th page in Google search. But this customer managed to find us. The name was, I can say the name, right?
Yes.
Okay, it is Ingram Micro. It's an American company that has an office in Bulgaria. So they called us, they said, we want from this paint. And we managed to make our first deal. Then we went to 11 venture fund to apply for funding. They said a couple of times no to us, but we were stubborn, we were stupid, we were brave, just the perfect combination. And at the third attempt, they said yes. So that's how we found our first investment.
That's incredible and extremely interesting as well. Dimitar, what about you guys? How did you go through that process?
With saying that I'm currently doing what we call startup workshops, entrepreneurship workshops. I've done this 2 times. First, it was on site with people that we can actually touch and see. Now I'm doing it with a second batch, which is entirely virtual, with the very purpose to teach them the mistakes that we've done, and hopefully save them a few years of time. And I'm saying this because we have done all the mistakes that a startup could ever do. And this was our first and one of the big mistakes. We didn't validate anything. We didn't have any idea how to build a product, how to build a company. We were just passionate about what we had on the table. We spent 1 year coding after work. So you work from 9 to 6, and then you code from 7 to 3 a.m. in the morning. Quite a fun. And we were doing this for a year. And after that year, we launched on the New Year's Eve. And when we clicked the button and we launched, and then the next question was, and now what? So we didn't validate anything, and that's a terrible mistake. We were lucky. We had our idea derived from a real pain, which was helpful. But yeah, I would recommend to the people who are listening or watching us right now to just join a program like this. It's free. What I'm doing is free. It's just my charity work, because I want to teach people how not to make the mistakes we've done, and there are a lot. Or just go read some books like The Lean Startup or Crossing the Chasm, books that I really love and I wish I had read earlier. So yeah, back to the question, no validation at all. Terrible mistake.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think that's a wonderful quote. Go read a book. That's something that we can take out for sure. So now I want to know more about your business models. So Elena, can you tell me about your business model and why exactly did you choose that?
Yes, so it's kind of a hybrid business model. We sell via our website and Amazon, and also and we're doing also direct sales. And we have partners that are something like resellers and distributors to our product. The difference and the business model depends on the country that we are selling. Our markets are Bulgaria and the United Kingdom, and as you can imagine, these markets are super different, so we need to have different business models. However, we need to focus and concentrate and really choose one, and this is going to be e-commerce, definitely, because due to the situation, we see how the things are going. We need to continue selling online mainly because it's far more effective and efficient for us.
Can you tell us about your business model?
Yep, we are a SaaS company, and because we sell something like a project management solution, it's quite typical. We sell licenses per user. So it's either monthly subscription or annual subscription. That's it.
Amazing. Okay. So continuing with that, how did you gain your first users and who were they? Do you remember?
Yes, I already told you about our first customer. Well, when we joined the 11 Accelerator program, we used the network of 11 and their help to find our first customers, which were mainly international ICT companies like VMware, SAP, and others. And these were our first big customers. They are using our products in their offices, in their conference rooms, relaxed spaces, and just in the corridor or in their kitchen. And then we started selling to more mainstream customers, so to say, like banks, smaller companies, and also we start selling to people that want to use the product at home for their home office or for their kids' room.
And who are your biggest clients right now?
The ICT companies are our biggest customers, as well as architects and interior designers that are reselling our product to their customers. These are our biggest customers.
That's incredible. Thank you. And Dimitar, do you remember your first customers? And please tell us who your biggest clients are right now.
Yeah, I do remember. I used to write a lot of blog posts in the beginning of our company. And quite naturally, 2011, 2012, Kanban was not a well-known thing. We started ranking on first page of Google, and we started to acquire users organically, which was great. It was a great strategy because it was cheap. And when you are a startup in Bulgaria, having no funding, because we had no funding in the beginning, that's what you can do. You can write blog posts and hope that Google will pay attention to you. And our biggest clients are companies like Rolls-Royce, the aerospace division. So when you fly on a plane, there's like a 60% chance that the engine was built using Kanbanize. AstraZeneca, which is a big pharma company, Roche, which is a big pharma company, British Petroleum, I can move on. We have a lot of Fortune 500s on the list. Basically, whoever is serious about Kanban has to take a look into Kanbanize, and quite often they subscribe for our service. So yeah, it's pretty exciting space right now. It's growing fast.
That's extremely impressive. Thank you for sharing. And now going back to the topic of startups, can you tell us the secret of finding good co-founders?
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
No, I'm kidding. Well, it's a very hard question. I think that it's all about trust, and trust is built in time. So maybe my only advice is that if you can work with the people that you want to start business with before starting the business, and you can see what kind of people they are, how they manage hard times, and how they communicate, and just see whether you can spend your whole day and night sometimes together with these people. That would be a good test for your relationships. But yeah, it's all about finding the people to trust, and also to find the people that you share similar motivations. So it's always good to know in advance what the motivation of your partners is. For example, do they want to sell the company in 5 years? Do they want to become rich and that's their only goal? There's nothing wrong with this goal. It's just good that you know, and also to know your own motivations. So it's all also about self-awareness and about knowing your values and finding the people that share your values as well. But it's not very easy. It's not just finding these people. It's very, very hard.
Yeah, I do believe it. It's very hard, and that was wonderful advice. So thank you for that. Dimitri, can you give us your advice for finding the good co-founders? Just share your secret, if you will.
Yeah, sure. What I can recommend is to found companies with your friends. I co-founded Kanbanize with 2 of my best friends, and I don't think it would have been possible to build this company without being really close with these guys. Because building a company is quite hard. At least that's what we discovered. Maybe it's not hard for everyone, but it was very hard for us. And along the way, you get a lot of stress, a lot of trouble, a lot of quarrels, a lot of problems. And unless you can scream at each other and then have a beer together, it's not going to work, at least in my opinion. You don't have to play the ego wars when you're a founder. If you have too much of an ego, I would say it's a bad thing. We have to be humble. We have to stay humble. We have to appreciate what the rest of the guys can put on the table. And even if you are the strongest person on the team, business-wise or technology-wise, it doesn't matter. My advice is to always split equal. We have equal shares in the company. We have equal salaries. We don't go micromanage who's doing what and how much and what contribution. We all have our highs and lows, so we just prefer to stay humble and remove the egos from the equation. That's what I can tell.
Thank you so much. And now I just want to ask, how do you maintain these relationships? So how do you make sure that they're healthy and happy and along the way? Because yet again, these are the people that you will be working with. These are your partners. So give us some advice on maintaining very good relationships with them throughout the way.
Yes, so I would recommend that you always have open and honest communication with your partners, always sharing what's on your mind, even if it's a tough conversation. Better have it rather than just slow it up for a moment and then it might become a bigger issue in the future. So open and honest communication. Also try to help your co-founders when they are experiencing some trouble or if they have some issues, no matter whether it's connected with work or in their personal lives. Try to understand them and just be in their shoes most of the time. And I would also recommend celebrating the small wins and the everyday wins, because it really boosts the morale, and it helps you always remember the bigger picture. And it's super important to be grateful for your wins, because we most of the times concentrate on the failures, in the things that don't work, but every day something good happens, and it's very important to celebrate it together with the team.
Yes, I think that's wonderful. I believe that's just like another way to always be thankful for something. I mean, gratitude is just another very important concept. And if you're thankful for the people around you, I think it could keep working very well. So thank you for that. And Dimitar, can you give us your advice for maintaining healthy relationships?
Yeah, it's a short advice to actually read a book called Principles by Ray Dalio. I think this is the best advice I could ever give to people who are looking to establish stable relationships in their companies. It was just a game changer for me. Highly recommend it. It's called Principles.
Okay, thank you. We'll make sure to check it out, and everyone at home, check it out. I'm sure it's a great
Yeah,
book.
it's a big fat book. That's why I cannot summarize it with just a few sentences.
Have you written a blog post on this book?
No.
Okay.
It's just too demanding to be able to cover Ray Dalio. It's just amazing.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. So now, can you guys share something that you're very proud of? And then maybe something that you saw as a failure, but you continued working throughout the process?
Well, I'm very proud that we built a company and a brand that is quite recognizable here in Bulgaria and the United Kingdom, not that much, but I'm proud about the Bulgarian result. We built a product category that didn't exist in Bulgaria, so I'm super proud of that. I'm proud that we work with amazing customers that become our partners along the way, so this is something that really inspires us and help us do our job when we don't like it. These are the two things that I'm super proud of, and the failures and the things that I don't like are connected with experiments that we didn't do quite fast. For example, sometimes we do things that are taking a lot of time, and we don't learn from our mistakes. This is something else that I consider failure. So yeah, these are the two things that I don't like.
Yes, thank you so much. And Dimitar, do you want to tell us something that you're very proud of?
Sure. I think whenever you build something that's number one in the world, whatever that is, you're naturally proud of it. So being the number one Kanban software company in the world makes me proud. But what makes me prouder is that we built it our own way, and we never compromised on our values. We have 7 values at the company. Something like we don't fuck the customer. We're all entrepreneurs. We're all leaders. All for one for all. Things like that. We never ever compromised on these values, and we've been through a lot of hard time because of our values. But we didn't went back even an inch. So that's what makes me proud. Looking yourself in the mirror and liking what you're seeing, I think it's the ultimate win for an entrepreneur.
I agree. That's great. Thank you so much. And now, continuing on the topic of advice, can you share what the best advice has ever been that's been given to you? So what's the best advice that you've ever gotten in your life?
This is going to be short. So my best advice would be know which advices not to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's straight to the point. So thank you. Dimitar, what is your best advice that you've ever gotten in your life?
I will give you the advice that one of our investors gave me. His name is Vasko Terziev. He's the former CEO of Telerik. I'm sure you know this guy. He's one of the most successful, if not the most successful tech entrepreneur in Bulgaria. And he once told me, whatever you do, just pay it back and pay forward. And that's what I'm trying to do with all the startup academias I'm running, with Kamera is being a Bulgarian company and not pretending to be a US company, not pretending to be a UK company. We're a Bulgarian company with Bulgarian names. We lose business because of that, but we don't care. That's what I said. We did it our way, and that's the advice I can give to others. Pay it back and pay it forward.
That's incredible. Thank you. And now, during, the business cycle and just the entire years that you're putting, your life and your passion into what you're doing, there's a lot of downs as there is ups, but can you give us some advice to stay motivated during those downs of the process? And how do you stay happy and working even when life may not be working in your way?
Well, it's very important to have a team that that can help you when you're down. Mm-hmm. So surrounding yourself with the right people is one of the greatest things you can do for yourself and for your self-care. Mm-hmm. So people around me, people from our team, mentors, customers, they help me go through these hard moments in my life, which are a lot, of course. Other things are celebrating the small wins, as we mentioned earlier, and being grateful for what you have. Also taking care of yourself, like not like sleeping, mm-hmm. something very simple but very important, eating healthy food and doing sports, some very generic and trivial things but very important. We sometimes forget about them. Meditation helps, and going to the mountains. So these are the things that I'm doing. Writing, I love writing. So I think that people, each and every one of us have their things that can help them go through stress. Mitko might be singing, or I don't know, doing something for his metal band. I love writing. So yeah, just not forgetting your hobbies and your family, and yeah, just surround yourself with loving people.
Oh, that's wonderful. So are you singing? What keeps motivating you to keep moving? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not singing actively. So I used to sing a lot, but it was more like another job. And speaking of a job, I want to say that if you think and if you feel as if you're on a job, I don't think you found the right thing to do. And I will tell you a story, a really short one. We were at the Black Sea. We were having some vacation with friends. And it was for a whole week, and it was Saturday night. And everybody was like, oh man, tomorrow is Sunday, we need to go back, and on Monday we need to go back to work. And I was like, come on, I can't wait for Monday to come because I'm bored like hell and I want to get something done. And what I was doing this morning, I woke up at 8 and I worked until 2:15 before I jump on this call. I love what I do, and it's not work. And if you love what you do, then you don't need to, do a lot of things to stay healthy and to enjoy your life. As long as you found your passion, everything else is fine. So, as much of a cliche that is, just find your passion and let it kill you. And that's what people say.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. So that's wonderful. Thank you. And now I want to ask you guys, were there any strategies that you used in the beginning of your entrepreneurship journey that can't be used now or don't work so well right now?
Yes, one of the things that we did at the beginning was that everybody was doing everything, so we didn't kind of have different responsibilities and job roles. All of us were doing everything, so this is something that we try not to do right now. We were spending a lot of time meeting people 2-3 times, so we were wasting a lot of time, something that we try not to do right now. We were micromanaging people and processes and everything in the company, which we also try not to do right now. I say try to, but these are some of the things that I think that are part of our journey and part of the process that we learned. And yeah, this is it.
Yeah, it definitely is a process. So, you live and you learn. So
Yeah.
it's just like that. And Dimitar, do you have any strategies that don't work for you guys anymore?
I would like to share something that we learned the hard way. In the very beginning of the company, we had no idea how to monetize the product, and we just ran it for free. And we made a promise to our users that Kanban is going to be free forever. And it's a promise we shouldn't have done because we monetize it, and we are now a completely paid product. And it's something that actually I'm ashamed of because we promised something and then we couldn't keep our word on it. But if we wanted to keep the company alive, we had to change that. So this strategy to have a free product in the very beginning, it helped us to ramp up many users and get popular. And later on, we just couldn't sustain being free, and we started to charge for the product. One advice would be, if you want to get traction in the beginning, you may run the product for free, but be clear with your users that it might not be forever free, something that we screwed up with and I'm not proud of.
All right, thank you so much. And now, to close up, I'm going to ask you guys one last question, and I would like to know, how has your business made you happier right now than like how much happier are you now than before you started your business, and what made that change?
I'm happy and I'm unhappy right now as maybe I've been working something else. So I can only speak about what I have right now and what I'm happy right now. Um, and I think that one of the best things that happened to me is that every day is different and every day you learn something new and you have the freedom to experiment and try your crazy ideas and be creative all the time. And you understand that you are responsible for everything that happens and it's up to you to move your company forward and just do your best. And sometimes it's not the best thing to do, to know that everything depends on you. But in most cases, this is something that help you improve and help you be satisfied with what you have and what you do. And just be the better version of yourself and every day learn something new. So this is something that makes me happy.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. And Dimitar, how has your business made you happier or simply more fulfilled in life?
I might be the grumpy cat here, but I think entrepreneurship doesn't make you happier. I think it makes you actually much more miserable than you can ever be on your daily job. And it's because it's so freaking hard. And you have to go through a lot to make something. But I do feel fulfilled. I do feel more accomplished as a person because of what Ella said. You learn so much. A year at a company like Kanban or Screo is easily worth 5 years in some enterprise company where you're just a small gear wheel in the whole big freaking engine, you know. But it's not about happiness. I think the people who say they're happy and they are successful entrepreneurs, they're not being honest to us.
Yeah, that's quite insightful. So
We need to finish with something else.
yes, thank you so much. No, I would just like to I would just like to close off to say thank you to you both. It was an incredible discussion that we've had, and so this actually marks the end to our fireside discussion, and we will continue with our closing ceremony with our wonderful hosts Nick and Brianne, which will take the stage once again. So thank you for everyone for listening, and thank you once again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you to the wonderful audience. We're delighted to have every single one of you here today.
It's been a great journey, and we're thankful for everyone that participated in it. And that being said, we will be delighted to know that the knowledge you received today has impacted you.
Dear speakers, thank you for your insightful and inspiring stories and sharing it with our audience.
Dear audience, thank you for tuning in and being part of our journey.
Dear sponsors and friends, thank you for supporting us through our endless ambition to make our dreams come into reality.
And dear all, thank you for your support. Without you, none of this would have been possible.
And finally, dear team, thank you for all your hard work these past few months. Some of you are here, and for those of you watching from ABG, we'll be back with you in a few hours to celebrate.
That's all from me and Nick. Keep driving through your ups and downs of your business journey.
And most importantly, continue exploring the innovative opportunities of today and prepare for the thrilling and adventurous possibilities of tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.